Okay, that was inconvenient, but at least the camera is now there and not a black screen. So let me just get over to my work desk. Ah, the wonders of technology, am I right? Yep, things are working. Technology. uh, it seems like your sound alert browser source is offline. That is a problem. Speak of technology. Let me take a look at that. Where do I refresh a source? Uh, yeah, I know. I still see the chat. uh, Configure. Open dashboard. Technology. Hi, Nines. Just give me one hot second. Today, everything's more scuffed than usual. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Let me see. Test in browser source. It works. Why is the bot bickering? Ah well. Guess that means I can actually start working now. uh, so yeah. Hi. Hands. Don't you kick W on me. Yeah, and this time it's not even just OBS. It's like the whole software and everything and the extensions. His timing is always impressive. Now then, what do we have here? Silver or iron? I think I'm gonna start with... You see, I have a ton of colors, and I have to figure out with which color to start. That gray doesn't sound bad. And the bad boy in question is here. This is gonna be a pain in the behind and a half to work on this small space, but I'll try to do my best because I said I'm gonna stream it and I'm going to stream it. Because you see, this gun takes almost the entirety of the table. And I have to lean over it. Everything. Donnie, I said you didn't need to do that. Thanks for the 5 months in a row. The MA37, indeed. Donnie, you're crazy. Crazy in a great way. Eh, eh. Anyway. This is gonna be a pain. So it begins. So what begins? No, you are awesome. You are. You. Not me. You. I'm not taking that compliment. You take it and run with it. Yeah, it's mostly shades of gray. That's why I want to see if this iron color works out. I mean, if the prop is a little bit lighter in the colors, I don't mind either. Are we gonna start a fight over who's more awesome now? I guess I'm gonna play this by the tactic of the smart one relents. I don't know. It's a German saying. You're still awesome. And I'm not taking a no. And Stream Elements is saying that I'm live again. What is this? Dark Sorcery? Because I think it is. Nope. Pain! Why are you coffin dancing on me? I can assure you, that did not only break your ears, it also broke mine. Sometimes, you know, you're saying I'm not dead yet. I feel kind of dead sometimes when I wake up. Like, I wake up and I'm like, who am I? Where am I? When am I? Hi, Kira. I'm not talented. I am just talented in being able to do many things. Right now, most of the things are scuffed because you don't even hear BGMs or something, but I don't want Daddy Bezos to kick on my door and tell me that I've been bad. What? Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. I don't know. Even though this silver, even though it's a lot brighter than what I have on my tablet, like to my right, I still like the hue. It is a lot brighter than in the game, but I mean, I do enjoy myself. Like a decade ago, I was God. I feel old saying this. A decade ago, I was playing the Halo games, and I was like, "Oh, it would be so cool to have a toy gun from the games hanging on my wall, being able to play around with it, just play pretend. And here I am, years later, with a 3D printer, suddenly finding out, oh, I can do what I always wanted. It takes a lot of time and effort, but hey, I can do it. And it's actually fun once you get the hang of it, because trust me, it wasn't fun when I started. I didn't know what the hell I was getting myself into. And my husband can attest to that. I was a pain in the ass when I got my first 3D printer. And I feel bad for it. No YouTube tutorial of the world can prepare you for getting used to a 3D printer. The fact that I didn't break it is a wonder. And here I am, with cool props, working 3D printers, save for the occasional scuff. Because even those machines can be scuffed sometimes. It's probably just lighting, but that gray appears entire magnitudes brighter than game, but that ain't a bad thing, actually kinda dig it. Yeah, as I said, I have a tablet to my right standing on my windowsill with an actual picture from the game. It's like this silver that I'm using is a lot brighter. Like the battle rifle that I built on my own a while ago also doesn't completely match the hues from Halo 2, but I'm like, this is mine. At the end of the day, I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. And that splodge of color wasn't supposed to get there. Dang it. Give me a minute. That is a nice thing about those colors. If you're careful, you can actually get it off pretty quick and simple. You want me to hydrate? Cheers. I'm prepared. Never again will I get caught off guard by Zala by like 10 hydration redeems one after the other. I'm starting my... FBI, open up! Thanks! I'm awake now. You can turn the lights off and maybe the shine goes away. Yep, and there went everybody's hearing. How about this? Oh, please don't. Don't redeem 9 more times. Then my bottle is gonna be empty. Guess I'm gonna go with 1 lamp for now. Like, on my camera rig I have 2 lamps right next to one another, and I had both on when I started. Except me, because I'm smart enough to keep my volume low. Well, that is a smart idea. You never know what happens in a VTuber stream. If somebody suddenly jump scares the entire chat, like right now. You know, at first I thought I'm cool because I printed this in Canon size, like this size would fit a Spartan. Right now, it is a lot to handle. Take it as you will. I should probably turn the volume of my browser source down or something, but that would involve me standing up, moving across the room to my PC, and right now I sit comfortably with half of the assault rifle in my lap, so I'm good. Just be careful with the volume. Another good thing about these colors that I'm using is they dry relatively fast. So even though I'm painting this now, give it like 10, 15 minutes maybe, and I can touch it. There's other colors, well, when you use those, you have to drop the prop in the corner for hours on end, and eventually you may be able to touch it without ruining all of your work. Let me see. How do we do this? Oh god, I'm glad you're not seeing how this looks, because it is not comfortable. But the result counts. Not how you get there. I should just maybe put the color somewhere else, so I don't have to reach over the prop all the damn time. Because that is kind of troublesome. And I'm surprised that I didn't knock my iPhone over just yet, because you don't see it, but the barrel of the rifle is almost touching the screen of the phone. Let me see. Okay, this part here later on has to have a darker hue, but for now I'm just gonna paint it in one color. Afterwards I can always just go at it with a different hue. Gonna use the Force to Knock over from the US. Please don't. Even though I bought that iPhone used just to use it for face tracking, because I prefer Android, if I'm entirely honest. It was still not cheap. Not by a long shot. Yeah, please no, don't jump scare. I mean, not like I can do something about it if you do, but please don't. Please. Bitte. I beg of you. It's a hacking iPhone. Yeah, and for proper face tracking you need a hacking iPhone. I mean, a webcam and an Android phone, they both work, but they don't work as good. And it would probably work even better if I wasn't wearing my glasses, but when I work on stuff like this, my short-sightedness is a little bit of a hindrance. When I play games, it's not. So I can probably not wink at you. Because the iPhone doesn't like glasses. So I have to live with no winking. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Do you have it in your heart of hearts? I mean, I mean, I don't particularly like Apple. But to each their own. So I'm not gonna wish anybody anything. At least not anything negative. This is starting to get tough. It is fun, but it is not easy. And thanks for the hat pats. Appreciate it. Eventually, I'm gonna get myself behind getting BGMs so you're not only exposed to my grating voice, but for now, well, today's my first day of my vacations, and I spent like 90% of it sleeping, and the other 10% I've spent on eating and getting the stream ready, so forgive me. I will eventually get behind getting royalty-free BGMs, or get behind how the hell Cabal manages to play Powerwolf without having a DMCA strike on his ass. Thanks, Nines. I appreciate that, but I don't like my voice. But then again, who likes their own voice? Tell me one person who likes their own voice. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, literally. I'm surprised that my Wi-Fi is holding up though, because I've spent like an hour searching for USB extender cables, because during the last stream, my Wi-Fi was so bad that my face tracking completely shorted out and I had to attach it to my PC. If only because I can actually have a commanding voice despite of us. Huh. Nightbot, you're evil. I have to kick Nightbot in the ass, I see. That's what I get for putting Nightbot in here and not looking into all the options. I'm sorry. I thought that he would not bicker at a few emotes. I'm gonna look into Nightbot after this. Nightbot, forcing others to say goodnight since 2012. Huh. And yeah, Nightbot apparently thinks that this chat has like 10k people when we are 6, which is already impressive. Cool. I would actually prefer to turn the viewer count off, like good old Daddy Cabal said, but I am currently using my phone, like my Android phone, to read chat, and sadly, it says a viewer count. Rainfire, indeed. Fire and brimstone. Jesus. You see, I am twisting and turning this prop, and I only hold it with one hand, and my arm is already shaking. It might just be PLA plastic, but eventually, if you hold it in the wrong way, it gets heavy anyway. No, clearly this chat has 60k people over the 6 it has. I mean, it's a bot. So, let's cut it some slack. Bots are not sentient yet. Unless we look at bots like Zentreya, for anybody who doesn't know her. And if you don't know her, under which rock are you living? Or Project Melody, or all the other AIs and bots. They are cool. 60k people per person. That would actually be kind of scary. Not gonna lie. Let's see, how do I lay this down and rest my hand? I think this works. $440 billion viewers. Wait, since when did I become a metric for numbers? What did I not? What? Why? When? And how? When did I become a metric for numbers? Why is that, and why was I not asked beforehand? Because I would have said, no, I don't want to be a metric for numbers. But apparently I am, so... Not fighting what is already a thing, huh? No, the number one Twitch girl of all time right now is Iron Mouse. And I'm not gonna fight her. Also, I saw the hydration redeem. Cheers. I should open the bottle, though. I am not gonna fight the mouse. Otherwise, I'm gonna get the booby. Why? Because why not? When? Just now. What? When? What? Bah. You're confusing me so hard that I can't even read this properly. Send help. And this has already almost dried. Would you look at that? Nice. I see a few spots where I have to add some extra paint, but it's getting along. When, how, if, who did what? Let's see if I can manage to paint underneath here. Folks, you're confusing me. So much that I didn't even notice that the prop is now covering my iPhone. So I look like I'm cringing, which I'm not. You're all confusing me. Send help. Like, literally. Should we gather for whiskey and cigars tonight? I'm sorry, I do not smoke. I still have some whiskey in the fridge, but I'm not gonna touch that. At least not tonight. So, sorry, not sorry to disappoint. I mean, you're free to go for whiskey and cigars. I'm just gonna pass. I think I'm gonna stay sober tonight. Maybe I'm gonna go for a drink after stream, but right now, nah, I'm good. Tell me when the ad's over. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Ooh, scheiße. Not gonna lie, in hindsight, I don't know why we played Dishonored 1 on Asbelian times, but only played Dishonored 2 once. Ah. So I was holding the prop just now, and you see this? This is only glued, and the glue came off because... Ah. I mean, it's still holding on, but I have to re-glue that. And be careful about it. Oh boy. That is a problem with things that are glued. I shall come back in a little bit. Gotta do a couple of things quickly. You do what you gotta do. Don't let me stop you. Just take care, alright? Thanks for hanging out regardless. Gotta run off and play Persona 4 now. That's why I'm not halfway through the second boss dungeon at midnight. Laughing my ass off. But before I go... Okay. Cheers. There. Happy? Sure hope so. Duh. Okay. Oh, I smudged a little bit of color back here. Because I'm actually painting it too fast and not waiting for the paint to dry. Well, guess this adds to the look of wear and tear. Once I'm done with this. Like sometimes I'm painting my props and I'm handling it as if I'm speedrunning, even though I shouldn't. And then I hear Daddy Cabal in the back of my head saying that you should work on working faster, and you naturally get better at it, and you work proficiently fast. I mean, he is not wrong, but at the same time, I'm like, if I work super fast, there's gonna be a gajillion errors and mistakes that are gonna sneak into my work. And I'm a perfectionist, so only thinking about it already hurts me a lot. I rather have my stuff look neat, tidy, and well done at the end of the day. And no, it's not falling apart by the seams. Speaking of good old Daddy Cabal, I was actually watching him up until like 30 minutes before I started streaming. For some reason, when I saw him on Aethel's stream, it clicked. Like, that dude is cool. I like him. And I've tried to catch every single stream ever since, unless I'm streaming myself. Or, well, sometimes he starts streaming right as I have to go to work. Which is kind of eliminated now that I am basically free for almost the rest of July. This feels super alien to say, but I'm free. Like a bird. And I'm not a bird brain. Before you say anything. I mean, sometimes I act like a bird brain. I gotta admit that. But only sometimes. Now, I shouldn't rush things and, you know, smudge even more color on this. So I'm actually thinking about putting the prop aside, gluing the thing that almost snapped off, and grabbing something else in the meantime while the paint dries. Because I would have the patience to put it aside, sit down and do something else if I wasn't streaming. But you folks are watching, and I don't want to bore you to death. So let me just apply paint to a spot on the barrel that I cannot do under the camera. And heave it out of frame for now. Let's just hope that I do not paint my furniture. And I painted my finger. Great. Heave ho. That should do. So, let me just close this. Really good stuff. Whoopsie. So, in case anybody, any one of you guys, has checked my Twitter before I started streaming, you probably saw this. Now, let me just grab the color that I need for that. Ooh. That should ring a bell. I hope. Good old boba. I've had that sitting stored away for months now, and I wasn't actually planning on working on this today. But seeing as the paint on my Halo Reach assault rifle is currently drying, and I don't want to smudge it, might as well go out of my way. You hear me? That one was bad. In case you're wondering, I'm currently cleaning this up so I don't end up having silver in my green. And I actually haven't opened this color yet. So I actually hope that I bought the right one. It is the darkest green I could get my hands on. Also, if you work with a scalpel like this, be careful. Take it from somebody who likes to cut themselves involuntarily. Ooh. Ooh. What a nice gunk. Oh god. This looks as if Slimer from Ghostbusters was in this color thing. Ugh. Blah. Yuck. Oh, this green is actually perfect now that I'm properly mixing it. Oh, hell yeah. It is really fucking watery, but it is definitely the right color. Should have probably mixed it a little bit better. And I apologize for my face tracking shorting out, but it is because the helmet is standing right in front of the phone. My honest opinion on a Kenobi show. Should I speak, how do I put this? Should I speak with spoilers or just because there's probably a bunch of people who haven't seen it yet and still want to see it? Without spoiling anything, to start off, I actually found it to be okay. It had its down moments, it had its up moments, but it was a good watch altogether. I felt myself pretty damn well entertained during some episodes because I've grown up with the prequels. And we actually watched the episodes as they came out, like on the same day they came out. That is kind of a habit in our household when it comes to Star Wars. We even suffered through the entirety of Book of Boba Fett, and that was a dud. That's why I never finished this up until now. I was actually so bummed out that I was like, hell, why did I start building a Boba Fett helmet? I regretted it. I straight up regretted it. But the final episode of the Kenobi show, I actually liked it a lot. Even if some people said, oh, they broke the canon, this, that, yada yada. It was a nice watch. And that's coming from somebody who previously watched Doomcock, in case anybody knows who that is, and was basically ripping into Disney for screwing over a bunch of Star Wars. But the Kenobi show was actually pretty damn decent. It didn't reinvent the wheel, but it didn't need to reinvent the wheel, so... But the big plot twist that came like in the episode before the last one, I saw that coming 10 miles in advance because I watched Star Wars Rebels. And that's all I'm gonna say about that plot twist. Quote unquote plot twist. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is always better to take the opinion of people on the internet with a grain of salt, even if it's people whose opinion you usually trust. Because there's some people out there in the Star Wars fandom who refuse to watch the Clone Wars, Rebels, and Bad Batch, and then they bicker about story beats that are completely illogical for people who haven't seen the animation shows. That make perfect sense for people who have. So, yeah, that's that. Now, the thing is, they said the Kenobi show is a limited series, right? With just that one season, but they left the door wide open to make a season 2. And there was rumors about a season 2 on the internet as well, or at least a few more extra episodes. And I'll be real, I would actually like to see a few extra episodes of Obi-Wan actually being on Tatooine. And to be fair, many people were already bitching about him leaving Tatooine, because that apparently breaks canon. I was perfectly fine with that, actually. As long as it was a valid point behind it for him leaving Tatooine. And Leia getting abducted is definitely a valid point for Obi-Wan to drop everything at the mansion and going out to save the day. There might also be the reason, for me, there might also be the reason that Ewan McGregor is a fantastic actor and I absolutely loved seeing him again, even if it's just in a show like this. And he himself said that he doesn't want to mess up his own character. I mean, not in that way, but around like 10 corners. I really like how this color turns out on the helmet. The only thing that irks me is how watery it is compared to all my other colors. Like it's literally running around across the entire helmet. That is not what usually happens with all my other colors. But if I eventually build a Master Chief helmet, this is actually also the perfect color for that. Now that I look at it. At least the Halo 3 Master Chief helmet. The Halo Combat Evolved helmet is more snot green. A lot brighter. But all in all, this is turning out pretty damn nicely. The printing files had a few mistakes and errors in their own right, but I made do, I'd say. Definitely made it work. I'm still a little bit scared about tilting it though. With how super wet that paint is. It's gonna run all over the place. Like back here, you see that seam? It was an issue with the print files itself. It didn't align properly, so I had a massive edge that I had to fill out with putty, and you can still see it to a degree. But nobody's paying much attention to the back of a helmet. At least in my mind. Unless they are looking at you from behind, of course. And besides, I don't actually think that I'm gonna wear this on a convention or something. I just wanted it for the sake of having it. If that makes any sense. Which I hope it does. Maybe, possibly, eventually, I have people who could... Well, I don't know. I have a friend who already bothered me about having my props for a convention, for his game room. And I'm not entirely sure about that. I'll be honest. Because you see how much time and effort I put into these. And just having them stand around on the convention and then have people grab them and play around with them and possibly break them. Ooh, the mere thought of that is driving me up a wall. Now, if I built them specifically for that, that is a whole other story. And also, I'm sorry for my pace tracking shorting out. Well, you see where I hold the helmet, and it is right in the way of the camera. But I'm actually happy with how this green turns out. I expected it to be too bright. But on the black base that I applied earlier, it actually turns out to be exactly the right hue of green. Not too bright, not too snotty. Exactly the right Boba Fett color. Ah, this is nice. But you gotta apologize me for like 5 minutes now because it is 12 a.m. and people who hang out often in my stream know that that is basically the time where I go over to my parents and to the rest of my family and say goodnight. Because they are normally functioning humans who go to bed at 12. So, that being said, I will be right back. Don't run away, please. See you in a sec. Hallo? Ah. It wasn't just OBS for some reason. It was the entirety of Windows. Sometimes I hate technology, you know that? Anyway, I'm back. For a second there, I thought my headset was breaking down on me just because I muted the microphone, the headset microphone, and left for like 5 minutes. Okay, so where did I stop? And hi, Nines. Let me just getting a hold of this is kind of difficult. Who was that? Penta. Hi, and thanks for the jump scare. I almost dropped the helmet. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't you? Well, I have to steal the color again. Well, I do not expect somebody to jump scare me with a fart sound the moment I sit down. That was done in malice. With malicious intent. Well, yeah. You're even admitting it. So there you go. Malicious intent. Well, yeah. Usually he's the one who's doing it. Agreed. %100% agreed. And yay for my face tracking shorting out every time I have the helmet in front of the phone. Which I cannot avoid right now, so you gotta live with it, I'm afraid. Quack you too. Quack, quack, quack. How darest you quack at me? Let's see. And you still need a few spots here. I mean, it's coming along nicely, no doubt. Still needs a few strokes of the brush here and there. And some actual work. But overall, I'm pretty damn happy. I'm not gonna lie about it. Wow, the colors actually it is the same green. I just left it standing here for like a few moments. And now it looks so much brighter. What the hell is going on? And now my chair is abused as a footrest. Because I'm not sitting in it. Evil. Absolutely evil. So, Penta, how's it going? Lurking around? Being the usual wholesome person on Twitter. Well, good timing. Considering that I just came back from saying goodnight to my family and everything. Yeah, that's why I'm saying wholesome. Of course. Alright, now that I'm done with that color. Let me see. Italian red. I have several hues of red, but I think I'm gonna go with crimson for now.
Nut.
And hope that that works. And who's nut? That is nut. Naughty. Nutty. I'm sorry. I suck at this. At least you're not jump scaring me right now because I was cutting that thing open with a scalpel. Also, yes, I still have my Halo Reach assault rifle sitting right next to me. The color is probably already dried up, but right now I have a roll on the helmet, so I'm just gonna keep going with that for now. I would like to put the sharp things away, but I need them. So I'm just gonna use them whenever I need them, otherwise they are nice out of reach. Just to avoid accidents from happening. Open up. Look at this. This looks more like somebody dropped a few splatters of blue into the color. Huh. But I think it's gonna work out. You okay back there? Yeah, I still need to put at least some extra green over this, because for some reason this and this is a different hue even though it's the same green. I don't understand why that happened, but it happened. But I'll figure out a way how to fix that. You just wait and see. Also, I'm not concerned about the issue with the red here because there's still the whole segment with the antenna and everything going here that I still have laying around in the box. Today I'm just gonna go with the basic paint job of the helmet. I also have a visor for this laying around. I'm probably gonna, well, probably, I already have it laying around. It's basically a visor for welding face shield that I have to cut into shape and then glue into here. Hopefully the visibility is good. I didn't test it yet. But at the same time, I'm just making this to have it, not to wear it, so. Damn it. Thanks, Penta. You made me chuckle, and I messed up the paint. Oh well, nothing I can't fix. Later on, I just have to get the proper paint and paint over my mistakes. Not the end of the world. Inconvenient, yes, but not the end. I'm definitely using a brighter red than what Boba used to repaint his helmet, so this is a lot brighter. I still like it though. Yeah, it could be a lot worse. Don't you dare and show me that how much worse it can be. I know, I think I just jinxed you. It's funny how I can work with this brush considering how messed up it already is. Oh boy, he's waiting in the dark for his turn. Fun times. I'm definitely afraid. I'm shuddering. You just can't see it. Ow. I definitely have to sand down on the inside of the helmet though, because I'm scraping along with my hand. You may not see it, but the entire helmet is made up out of like 16 to 20 pieces that I glued together and melted together, so there's a lot of sharp edges in there. Lots and lots of sharp edges. Yeah, for the fine works, I use sandpaper. For the rough work, I have a add-on for my power drill that basically has a sandpaper disc on it. I use that for the entire upper portion of the helmet. Otherwise, I would have been busy for hours and hours on end. And that would have been no fun for me. You can bet your ass on that. Well, shit. I used too much color down here. And it ended up messing with the paint job. But overall, you can already tell what this is supposed to be, so I'm happy. Now, as you can see, this is all glued and melted together. You can literally see the glue lines because the helmet was sitting for so long. And it was sitting in a room where my dad usually sits, and he was smoking. Ah. Ow. And that was my neck. I'm thinking. Wondrous thing, I know. Let me see. There's the green. For now I'm good with the red. You see, the transition between the brighter green and the darker green. In reality, it's not as hard to see as on the camera for some reason. Unless you shine light on it. Thanks for the follow, Luna. Hi. Okay. But when I look over to my stream preview, it is pretty hard to miss.
Wow.
So let me just fiddle around with that. It has nothing to do with the top lights. It has to do with the fact that I probably left the paint open while I left. No, it has nothing to do with that. Here and here. In case you're wondering, my husband is currently running around me and is turning on and off lights, trying to figure out why it is that the colors look so weird, even though it's the exact same paint. And thanks, I'm doing my best on the paint job. But at the end of the day, I'm a hobbyist and not a professional. And that shows. And in the process of painting this, I'm also painting my hands. I'm just gonna give the entire helmet another coat. That way I can hopefully deal with the difference. Maybe the color is just not covering the helmet properly, and because the base is black, that's why it looks so weird. I'm just spitballing. But that's probably it. It may need a few coats, but I only have this one tub of color. Wildly guessing, Panta. Wildly guessing.
Dicks!
Damn! Thanks for the jump scare, but you didn't time it correctly. You didn't mess anything up. I mean, occasionally I think you want to. I'm just taking it with sarcasm. I'm not mad. Yeah, so my guess was right. So I'm just gonna cover it in another coat of the dark green, and then it should be fine. It's funny, usually I use a pretty neutral gray as base. I ordered that from Amazon, but Amazon decided to send me base from the same brand, but in black. And instead of sending it back, I'm just using it. Because it's too much of a hassle. It still works. Like, the usual color of my base is... Ah! That was almost a catastrophe. The normal color of the gray is this. And yes, this is 01. Huh, I see. I would have been happy with this green, but it looked too messy, so I'm just gonna roll with this. At the end of the day, it's my helmet. If it doesn't perfectly match with Boba's helmet, that's fine. Still close enough. And I think, yeah, the paint is actually clumping in there. Boba Fett. It's a German way to pronounce it, okay? You should know that. I could also say boba. There you go. Well, if you're typing too fast, then type slower. There, problem solved. Ah, I'm running out of paint. And yeah, usually for some props I do use spray paint. Right now, in my time zone, it's past 12 though. And I'm sitting at my living room table with the entire camera set up. And I didn't particularly manage to find this hue of green as spray paint. Eventually, I want an airbrush pistol, but for now, this has to do. But thanks for the tip. Then again, I got an airbrush pistol from my dad that I could probably borrow now that I think of it. I bought it for him and he never uses it. And welcome back, Donnie. Give me 1 minute and I'm gonna hydrate. Just give me a minute. You're not coming off as bothersome. Don't worry about it. My voice just comes off as super fucking low energy sometimes. At least in my book. I appreciate it though. Round 83 of zombies. Call of Duty?
Wow!
Thanks for the wow, Panta. Oh, that looks a lot better. Still got a spot there. Funny thing is, I'm literally just using the preview of my stream because that makes it easier to spot the corners where I still have to apply the paint. What kind of paint? It's Revell Aquacolor. Model building paint. I usually use that because it's the easiest one to get my hands on around here.
Dicks!
Hey! Let me just try to get that in a good angle so you can read it. That stuff. I hope the camera focuses properly. Yeah, it was blurry, but I think you could read it. Eventually, I gotta get a better camera for this, I know. The one I'm currently using was relatively cheap. And the whole setup from which I'm streaming is super DIY, so... And I didn't forget that I have to hydrate, so don't worry. That should do it for now. So I'm done with the green for now. Thankfully, because I almost used all of it up. And I just opened it. I'm so freaking glad that those little tubs of paint aren't that expensive. Otherwise it would have been pretty damn bothersome. Not gonna lie. Let's see. I need a certain hue of black for the cheeks. And I have way too many hues of black. Gray, gray, gray. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go with that. Also, if you want to add some weathering to it, try mix a touch of dark gray to and green and apply with a natural sponge. That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. I'm probably gonna roll with that later, when I have some more space. Because I'm not rushing it with my models most of the time. The only time I completely finished one prop was last time I streamed, which is already... It's been a hot minute, let's say that. Let's say it like that. That I streamed me working on a prop. And that was Ace of Spades from Destiny. And that doesn't really need much weathering. So far, most things I've done, I've taught myself. Or figured them out by watching tutorials on YouTube. Like I myself wouldn't have figured out to use graphite powder and clear paint to get a nice metal look on a rifle. It's messy, but it's fun. Good to know. God gosh dang it, Nightbot. I really have to work on that bot. I didn't expect it to be that aggressive about emotes. I didn't see it coming. If I would have, I wouldn't have thrown it in before starting the stream. I just hope I don't mess up the red I already painted. But that still needs another coat or two anyway. So if it happens, it happens. Thankfully, I'm aiming to get it to look as close to the one from Book of Boba Fett as possible, and that has barely any weathering on it because he just did the paint job. Dang it. Should have taken a smaller brush. I messed that up a little bit. You're right back there? You were snoring for a second. In case you're wondering, my husband is sitting a few meters away from me and he just had his legs up and started to snore. The curse of being awake at almost 1 a.m. Happens. I'm not putting any blame. I've slept all day, so I am wide awake. Like, I literally slept all day.
Not.
Eh, at least your timing is on point with whenever I have the brush off the helmet. Ah, dang it. Yeah, I should grab a smaller brush for the details. And I keep saying it, and ah, shit. I keep saying it, and here I am, still messing it up. Well, stay safe. And keep your pupper safe. And, well, it is still the 4th of July, so happy 4th of July to the American people.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Okay, fine, I'm doing it. Yeah, 4th of July. Yep. The black almost looks like the base now that it's drying. Could have gone without it, but you're always smarter afterwards, I guess. Now to put it down without breaking anything. I'm gonna redo the red real quick, and then I'm probably gonna put the helmet aside for a while. because I actually didn't expect to go that wild on the helmet. I just finished applying the base and doing all the putty stuff before stream, and then I figured I might as well put that next to my workspace, and in case I need to wait, I'm gonna work on it. And here I am, spending almost the entire stream working on the helmet. But overall, this looks damn nice. It has its flaws, but it is mine, and I put a lot of work into it, so I'm still happy. And now I hope that I manage to get the red done. Like, done for good. Good thing is, the red isn't giving me as many issues as the green. It's covering the surface nicely, and it's easy to work with. Well, you heard my husband. Bully away. And there Penta goes. Uno momento. Give me 1 second. Don't yank my halo. That's mine. And I'll be right back. I'm just taking my headset off for a hot second. Okay. Eh. I am still alive. I am back. That was just 5 seconds. And as I said, Nines, don't yank my halo. I beg of you. Do not.
Yay!
Why are you yeeting? Why would you do that? Why? Ooh. Nein. Scheiße. Yeah, the paint dripped. The paint dripped off the brush. Pain. And it didn't even have anything to do with any jump scares before you say anything. It was literally just gravity deciding to ruin my day. Gravity said, I'm gonna ruin this angel's whole career. No. Do not. Just give me like 10 seconds and I'm gonna get to that hydration, alright? I literally have both hands full, as you can see. Yes, yes, I know. You are happy, Panther. You're happy. Whatever that tiny emoji means, because my phone is not displaying it in a size that I can tell what it is. I just know it's you. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That is fair enough. Like, I literally have my iPhone there for the face tracking, and my Razer phone is there hooked up to the charger so I can actually see what the hell is going on in chat. Wonders of technology. And I apologize for the silence again, but I didn't get around to work on BGM music, so you gotta deal with that yourself, I'm afraid. I should throw like 10 million questions at Cabal on how he manages to. Okay, I guess that works too. I guess that works too. Sure. But yeah, I should ask Daddy Cabal how he manages to play Spotify on his streams in the background and not getting DMCA struck. Because that absolutely baffles me. He's partnered and he is playing Powerwolf in the background. And Beast in Black and Lordy and all that shit. All the good stuff. I guess you're just not afraid to get copyright claimed, huh? Because I'm too damn afraid to have to deal with that on top of my job. On top of my full-time job, I should add. Like, I already roll my eyes when I get copyright claims on my VODs on YouTube because of my sound alerts. That is already too much for me. Well, I'm not sure if that's just luck or skill, or them just not caring enough because you're a small streamer. All I know is I'm worried as hell.
Wow.
And he wows me. Okay. I didn't mean to offend if I did. Now, let's fix my let's fix my little fuck up down here. I think I also have to do the black again on the cheeks. Pain. Maximum pain. Because there's still some red right there. And now I have to do the other cheek too, because now this green is brighter than that green. At least I think. Pain. But I really wonder how things are gonna work out if that certain friend of mine ends up really roping me into building props for the decorations of the next Dokomi. Why are you quacking at me? What are you quacking? Because as I said, it's a cool idea, but I am terrified, utterly terrified of people messing with my things. Because we've been at it for exactly 2 hours now. And I'm not even remotely done with doing the paint job on this helmet, and not even done to like a sufficient amount on my Halo Reach assault rifle. Add that up to a size of a collection of several props, and oh god. Fear, worry, pain. I mean, you can, yes. Now, if my props end up on a glass display in that games room for that convention, sure. Then we could talk about it. But out in the open? No. 9. Absolutely not. That should do it for now. I'm gonna post a picture of this later on Twitter, in case anybody wants to see this in a proper resolution that is not from a 720 pixels webcam. But for now, I'm gonna put this off to the side. Clean my paintbrush and probably get back to my assault rifle. It's funny though, because said friend actually said that he would also show up in here, probably to gawk at the entire painting process. I mean, maybe he's lurking. That being said, Nightbot also added the lurk command to my chat. Oh well, I added it to Nightbot. So in case anybody feels so inclined, you can now lurk. That's as clean as this gets. Definitely a new paintbrush. Look at this thing. Now, I do not understand why my tablet, when I locked it, decided to completely clear my tabs, because now I have to dig out the PNG I had open of the Halo Reach assault rifle, so I know what to paint in which color. Open the picture, open sesame. Gray, where's the silver? There it is. And the image is open. I can continue. Now then, Let's see, shall we? So this whole section has to be in this silver color. There is an entire section here that is in a dark gray. We're missing a yellow stripe around here. This is supposed to be in a dark gray, like this entire section. This section is supposed to be in a dark gray.
Not.
Why, yes, pew pew. Very much pew. Now, I apologize if you can't see everything all of the time, but as I said when I started this stream, it may not look like it, but this prop is bulky. And I honestly don't have a clue how I can handle it while still allowing you to see everything. It is hard as hell to manage. TLDR, I need a bigger workshop. Or a workshop to begin with, because this is my living room table. And I dinged my iPhone with the barrel of the rifle. Good thing it's just plastic. Otherwise, I would have been pretty damn pissed. Now then, let me just... Is that too bright, or should I keep it like this? I just turned on my second lamp. Let me know what you think. Or not, depends on you. I can work either way. Alright, good to know. But yeah, having the opportunity to actually do things like this. As a kid, I wouldn't have ever dreamed of having a Halo gun, even as a toy or as a prop, in my possession. Halo 3 was my main pastime back in the day. It absolutely ruined my grades in school. But I loved it. And my parents absolutely hated it, exactly for how much it ruined my grades. But to this day, I absolutely adore that game. Halo Reach, I enjoyed it too. But it was like... It was bittersweet. Because I'm a chronic battle rifle lover. And Halo Reach didn't have the battle rifle, it had the DMR. Good rifle, but it's not the battle rifle. It doesn't have the fun element. So I didn't even remotely play Halo Reach as much as Halo 3. Just because of a damn rifle. Still a great game though, so I'm not gonna argue with anybody who says Halo Reach was the best Halo. Story-wise, it was a fantastic game. Still is to this day. So I shouldn't say was. Yeah, that's kind of misleading. See? It's your favorite because it's your first. That is a perfectly valid opinion, and I'm not gonna argue with that. It is a fantastic game in its own right. My very first Halo game was actually Halo Combat Evolved on PC. Then I wanted to have Halo 2, but it was around the time where Halo 2 for PC was only in the making and not released. So eventually I ended up on Christmas with an Xbox 360 with Halo 3, and I had completely skipped Halo 2. And if any of you have ever played the original Xbox version of Halo 2 on an Xbox 360, let me tell you, that's an experience. And not a good one. Because you have massive artifacts on your screen when you have an Xbox 360 emulate the original Xbox in Halo 2. It looks like somebody, I don't know, smacked the paintbrush on a part of your screen. It's disgusting. And I still played through the entirety of Halo 2 with that issue. It was quite the experience. And Halo 2 is, without a doubt, the Halo with the best soundtrack because it actually has a track from Breaking Benjamin. And that is what I absolutely hate about the remaster. It cut that out and replaced it with generic rock music. But at least you can press back and revert to the old graphics and to the Breaking Benjamin music in that part of the story, so could be worse. Could be a lot worse. And that is a good thing about this paint. It dries so quickly that even I am shocked that I didn't just smudge the paint by being stupid. But yeah, valid opinion to say Halo Reach was my first, it's my favorite. And it gave me my favorite Spartan, so you won't hear me argue. Rip Emil. That man was a unit. An absolutely pissed unit. And as a fun fact, because the game glosses over it, Emil has that skull carved into his visor, right? One scratch with his knife for every kill he did. That's the lore standpoint behind that helmet, which is ridiculous, like in a cool way.
Nut.
Nut. Gute Nacht, Penta. Have a good night. And thanks for hanging out. Well, yeah, after all these kills, you should think that he would know how to watch his back, but here we are. He was busy with an elite zealot and got stabbed in the back by the next. 99. Massive shame. Hi, Zala. Hello, hello, hello. Good day. When did I call your name? I said zealot, not Zala. If that's what you mean. I was talking about an elite zealot killing a meal in Halo Reach. And I'm not even making this up. Sick rope? What? What are you talking about? Elaborate. Elaborate, please. I beg of you. That is not a paint. Not a paint. That's an assault rifle from Halo. You doofus. I'm just holding it upside down. To be able to reach the spots without smudging the paint I just applied. And without hurting myself, because that thing can get heavy after a while. See? It's the MA37 from Halo Reach. Yes, Reach, Halo Reach. Remember Reach? You better. You better remember Reach. I mean, yeah, the MA5 is cool. Because classic, yes. But I prefer the assault rifle from Halo Infinite and the 37 because of the fact that it doesn't look like one big bulk. I like the whole separated part over here with the ammo counter. It's all a matter of taste at the end of the day. I mean, I could build the one-to-one perfectly cannon-sized spanker. Just pay me the electricity and give me, like, I don't know, 10 kilos of PLA, and I'll get to it. Sounds good? Ten kilos of PLA would be 10 normal-sized PLA spools, by the way. Because the normal-sized ones, they come in 1 kilo spools. And for context, I've spent like 1.5 on this rifle. Would have been a lot more if I had reprinted a few parts that came out a little bit crooked that I fixed myself. Because then I can spank you with a spanker while a spanker spanks in Halo games. If you thought that was a tongue twister, I have to apologize. It didn't twist my tongue. Chad already twisted my tongue a few times today, so... No, it's just a lot of spank. Okay. At least it's not the ugly rocket launcher that I think it was. Was it Halo 5 or Halo 4? I tried to replace the spanker with a different rocket launcher, and then they had to release a skin for it that it looked like the spanker, so people would shut up. Just the same as with the Bulldog now. Everybody wants to pump action shotgun back. Me included. I fucking hate the Bulldog. Be careful with what you're saying, Zala. That's all I'm gonna say. Just be careful. Friendly advice. And apologies, I know you can't see much, but there's only so much I can do with such a massive Halo prop without accidentally snapping another part off. Can't say such things that can so easily be taken out of context around dog. Whatever you mean. Whatever you're saying. Oh. So apparently now you're a dog and no longer a wolf. And if I call you a dog, you're probably gonna complain again as well. Do I have that right? Have you not seen the video? It is funny. What video? Am I out of the loop? It appears I am. Okay, I've seen the Discord notification. I'm gonna get to that after the stream's over. Because if you can tell, I am not sitting at my PC. Alright, have a good night, Nines. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest. But I'm actually enjoying how this is turning out. The Boba helmet looks great, at least in my book. And I'm sometimes my worst critic. And this is also coming along damn nicely. Still, it's kind of tough to reach some spots with the brush while still allowing you to watch. Next time I should definitely get back to painting like a gun prop, like a revolver, like I did last time. It is a lot easier. But you only learn as you go. So I'm just gonna take this as a lesson. And maybe plan out to get a bigger workshop or something. Where I'm not hindered by a lack of space. Ah, shit. Oh well. I have to paint that in a darker gray later on anyway, so could be worse. Could be a lot worse. So anyway, Zala, how's it going on your end? Still going strong on the PNG path? Or did you find somebody to like rig your no, pardon me, rig your wolf? Because I know Wishy is way too busy right now. She's currently, I think, finishing up a live 2D model for a girl called Naya, if I'm not mistaken. Right? She's a fox. That's all I know out of the top of my head. I think her name was Naya. Well, I'm not absolutely sure. You could say I'm pretty much out of a loop. I'm trying to be on social media as much as I can while I'm at work to keep up with everybody and help other people out, but there's only so much I can do and so much I can see. Because at the end of the day, I'm still at work. Ah! Keep hitting the rifle against things. Ah. Oh, I'm sorry. That sneeze came out of nowhere. Apologies, I have to lift this out of the camera for a second. Otherwise I will not be able to reach a certain spot on the rifle itself. The base of the barrel, to be exact. I really need to re-glue that one part. I almost snapped it off again. It is way too flimsy. Let me just put this down real quick. Favorably without it falling over. Stay. Stay. Yeah, the glue is coming off. I need to fix that. I think I'm gonna put the reach assault rifle aside for now and get to something that is a little bit less, how do I put it, cumbersome. Because as much as I enjoy working on this, at the end of the day, this is way too bulky and it makes it really hard for me to handle it while still keeping it in frame for you guys to watch. So, we have two options. Option number one would be this bad boy that I've been sitting on for over a year now. Ava 01 in Berserk mode. completely 3D printed, put together, bases applied. And then I have 02 in Berserk mode. Nice and angry. With all the spikes and everything. They've both been sitting on my shelf like this for like forever. And I really, really need to finish them. But so far, I've been so busy with my props that I never got back to those two. And I think it would make it a lot easier for you to watch when I have a figure like this. Because they're the perfect size for this board. Instead of having a rifle that is like twice as big as my entire workspace. Thing is, for 01, I have this metallic color here that I've never tried before. So I have no idea how that's gonna turn out. For 02, I would just, I don't know, use a normal red and see how I'm going from there. But now it's the question, where do I start? I really, really like 02. But I guess I'm just gonna start at the basics. As much as I dislike Shinji, I'm gonna go for 01. And hope that that paint wasn't a mistake. Or that it hardened it. The worst would be if that paint hardened out while I had it sitting on my shelf. That this is literally like a block of purple goop in here that I can't use. That would be a nightmare. Oh, it's actually sealed. So much for my worry. Let me just open this up without cutting myself with my scalpel. Which proves to be quite the task. Good lord. You know what? I'm just gonna cut this open. Oh god. This looks nice. This almost looks like the perfect color for this. Hell yeah. It almost looks a little bit too bright. But maybe that's just my imagination. Maybe it looks less bright as soon as I have like 2 or 3 coats of that down. Like it looks less purple and more pink. And before you start to ask and worry, I'm just gonna coat this figure in that color entirely, and then once I go down to the details, I'm gonna paint the details over. It's way easier that way, at least for me. Which one? My wedding ring or the one with the crown? Regardless, thanks. Yeah, sometimes the simple wedding rings look the best. At least that's what we were thinking back then. Flashy is nice and all, but with how much of a nuts and bolts head I am, if I had a ring with a diamond on it, I would have probably lost the diamond a long time ago. You know what? Let me just pull out one of my figurines to compare the color. Oh well, this isn't a figurine, but it's a model kit. Close enough. I can turn my wings on in just a second. Let me just compare the colors. Yeah. Looks good enough. I just have to get up and go over to my Stream Deck because that's on my PC desk. There you go. I just had them off so they wouldn't take away any space while I'm working. But I guess I am small enough in the corner. Yeah, I usually worry too much. Yeah, I wish I could actually stretch them, but my mom decided to have them like this. I sadly don't have a toggle to actually stretch them. At least, not now. I can still see the gray base through this, though. It definitely needs multiple coats. Usually I leave it open to whoever's talking to me, but at the end of the day, Nox is my last name, and over here we handle it. You call your friends by your first name, and if they're not your friend, then it's you keep somebody at arm's reach. You address them by their last name, and because I want to be friends, as would be better. Asbeel or Asbeel if you go more in the Hebrew way. Usually when I'm on a Discord, people always call me Nox, and I always jokingly say, "Oh, another penny in the last name jar." And usually barely anybody gets that joke. I mean, it can be a bit hard with VTubers since you aren't sure if they are doing last name, first name, or vice versa. Uh, yeah, I get that, especially with people who have a Japanese sounding name. Yeah, definitely. But my name is a mix of Hebrew and Latin, so usually with names like that, I go by the rule of thumb of going with the first name. And apologies for me not having a BGM. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I didn't get around to looking into how to have Spotify play or how to get something that doesn't get me DMCA'd. So for now, it's just my wonderfully grating voice. Ooh, the foot feels loose. I don't like that. But I guess when I say grating voice, that is mostly my voice dysphoria talking, because I can't stand my own voice. That's why I'm usually wearing noise-canceling headphones, so I can't hear myself. Electronic music isn't exactly my kind of cup of tea. I usually feel right at home in Cabal's stream, where he plays stuff like Powerwolf and Lordy and anything metal. Electronic isn't usually. I don't like it too much. It's worse. I can live with it, but I cannot live with it comfortably. But I'm definitely gonna look into it, because Cab must have a trick behind it why he can play music like that and not get into trouble. And yes, I'm a lefty. Usually I can use both hands, but I usually default to my left hand. The funny thing is, when I'm at my PC, I use my right hand for my mouse. As long as my VOD doesn't have the music, it's fine. Yeah, I just have to figure out how to separate the audio lines, if you get what I mean. It's like a monster in its own right. And now that I have my vacations, I can actually sit down and look into it. So I'm not too worried about it just yet. Just today I had the urge to stream without putting much extra legwork into it, because I slept all day, ate, then had to scramble together to build my entire setup back together. So probably for next time. Because I'm currently sitting at my dinner table and my entire camera rig, this is completely built DIY style. And I usually have it tucked away behind my parakeets, behind my budgies, and you don't want to know how my entire setup looked after I pulled it out from back there. It looked like I had like 2 extra birds sitting on it. Feathery and everything. Total mess. I just eventually have to replace the webcam because it is an old 720p, I think 30 FPS camera that I just slapped onto the rig. I mean, it works. You can see what I'm doing, but it is kind of blurry sometimes. I have to admit that. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Guess that is also part of my perfectionist self-talking. I would rather have it be 1080p and crisp and English. I still need you for a few hours. Don't fail me now. What I was about to say was I want to have it as crisp and clear as possible. Yeah, English very hard. Very hard, very evil. And forcing myself to have that accent is... it turns my soul. But I guess most movies depict my people with that accent, so uh, normally when I don't feel like building up my entire camera rig, I don't have a go-to game. I'm a variety streamer, but my favorite games revolve around stuff like Halo. Like until a few minutes ago, I was painting my Halo Reach assault rifle. But that proved to be a little bit too bulky for my entire setup, so I put it aside and said I'm gonna paint something smaller. So yeah, usually I like to default to first-person shooters and survival games or indie games that I really like. Sea of Thieves is also something I sometimes default to when my husband wants to join me. But we haven't played Sea of Thieves in a hot minute now that I think of it. It's been a few months actually. Especially on stream. Oh, they did? I think the last thing I did was the Pirates of the Caribbean Tall Tale questline. And I usually play it through Game Pass, so my husband has it on Steam, but I just have it through Game Pass. And I think the last time we played either the Pirates of the Caribbean or one of those events where we get a limited run item. I think we got a sword? Like a golden jailer sword or something? I'm not entirely sure, if I'm being honest. So many paint varieties of paint on my fingers. I just hope that it eventually covers the base properly, because I don't want that gray to shine through. I mean, that's a good point. Am I really painting if I don't leave some of the paint on me? If I think back at every time I go through the art department of the place where I work at, there's just as much paint on the floor as is on the canvases. So yeah, fair point. Very, very, very fair point. Cannot complain about that. I have a feeling that this paint takes forever to dry compared to the one I used on all of my other things just now. Like, it is not quick drying color. But it's pretty color, so I can live with it. Hmm. Now that I look at, oops, now that I look at this model kit of 01, I don't think I have that green lying around anywhere. That might be a problem. Unless, wait. Scratch that. That might work out. I have so many paints in that box, I don't even remember which ones I have and which ones I don't have. Then again, I am never in a rush with anything. Those figurines I've 3D printed, what, over a year ago? If not 1.5 years ago. And then I've just had them sitting in a corner and moved them from left to right when they were in the way. Because I had so many other things to work on. The angle of the camera is probably not helping at all right now. Now that I have the figure standing upright. Oh boy. Paint is actually clumping on the paintbrush. And welcome back. I have the ads set to be as short as possible and as few as possible. So I'm sorry whenever they happen. Not like I would gain anything from running them anyway. Yeah, as I just said. Ooh, yep, the paint is not drying fast enough. I'm literally painting myself. Just gonna give it one massive rough coat of paint, wait for that to dry, and then give it another one and hope that it properly covers everything. But I have an inkling that I will need more than just 2 coats of paint. I don't know, this paint is a lot worse than I expected. When did I start streaming? That is a good question. I think around October, November last year, but also always pretty damn sporadically because I have a full-time job that basically gobbles up all of my time. So I usually only get to stream like once a week. Unless I feel really freaking adventurous and stream like for an hour before I have to go to work. Because usually I'm working for like 11 to 12 hours every day. But you gotta pay the bills somehow, so I shouldn't complain. At least the paint is not leaving any residue on my board itself. But I first started with a super rough V-Roid model. Literally just did the hairdo, did the face, and went with a black hoodie. And then I worked myself up. Bought clothes on Booth with commercial license, then made my own clothes with my own character design that I got made by that a friend of mine made for me. And then eventually I bothered my senpai Wishy to make the Live 2D model for me. And here I am. With a super expensive but fantastic Live 2D model sitting in front of an iPhone that I had to buy for proper face tracking. So yeah, thanks for calling me cute, but as I always like to say, the credit goes to my artists. They did all the work. I am definitely not cute. Wholesome, maybe. Cute. I do not think so. But that is just me. My view is always skewed. So what do I know? Good. Fair point. Didn't ask if I thought that I was cute. I can't argue with that argument. I can't and I won't. Because I think I'm gonna lose that argument. And I'm not gonna die on that hill. Oh god. There's many hills I'm gonna die on, but not on that one. Not arguing with people in chat. At least not over things like this. So, you win. Like, one hill I'm definitely gonna die on is a pineapple or pizza. It's perfectly fine. But on other hills, I'm not gonna die. Well, the argument of you don't like sweet pizzas is perfectly fine. But there's enough people who are like, oh no, pineapple on pizza, no, just for the heck of it, because it has become such a meme. Like only yesterday I had a pizza Bombay from Domino's. And that is absolutely fabulous, and it has pineapple on it. And curry. Is that so? The word moist. I guess I am out of the loop in the meme culture. I'm getting old. Dominoes. Something wrong about that? If so, I apologize. That's how we Germans say it. Well, we say Dominos. But, yeah. Yeah, many people say I have a bit of an accent, but I'm as accent-free as Germans go. Usually. Because, well, at home I speak more English than German to begin with, so it comes with the field. He speaks German, but let's just say like Yoda sometimes, because German grammar is a pain, and I say that as a native. So it's not like it's his fault. It is what it is. Like, my English is better than my German, and I've been born here, and I've been raised here, and I live here. So if that isn't an indication, then I do not know. And I'm just gonna leave the purple paint to dry, because I don't know, I'm not too pumped about it. I'm probably gonna get a different paint at some point. This is it's a German brand of paint, and it's super weird. Italian red, chimney red, glow red, crimson red. So many choices. But I think I'm gonna go with glow red. I think that is the proper brightness for this. And these colors actually work properly. Oh, that is the one I was currently working on. That was Eva 01, and that is Eva 02 from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Both in their Berserk versions. Absolute anime classic. Fair, and Neon Genesis Evangelion is basically the mother of mecha. Like, everything is trying to be Evangelion. That is perfectly fine. I mean, Evangelion has its own romantic tragedies in its own right, but yeah, I can definitely live with that red. But anime-wise, I usually always watch stuff that has to do with action, mechas, and all that stuff. Just no shonen. You can chase me with shonen stuff that has no end. A good show eventually ends. You usually lose me. English. I told you not to fail me. You usually lose me after like 100 episodes or so. And the sad thing is, in my country, you're basically bombarded with shonen. Naruto, for example. That was really freaking viral when I was growing up. And hilariously censored, if I may add that. Blood replaced with spit, bodies completely cut out. They even got rid of swords, so that people were just flailing around the hilt of the sword. It depends. Germany has really good voice acting, just not for anime. German voice actors don't even know what anime is. For them, it's just another cartoon, so they don't put any effort into it. In all the years I've watched anime, I only watched one show that had a passable German dub, and that was Death Note. Everything else, God forbid. No. No way, no. Everything else I always watch with subtitles in Japanese. Ah, yes. Definitely a classic. And it had really good memeable moments in the German dub. The whole scene where he tricks everybody because he knows they're watching him on the camera, so he's eating potato chips and he has a sheet of the Death Note in the bag of potato chips. That entire scene with his monologue in German is absolute comedy gold. With how over the top the voice actor is. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I have to admit, that scene I only watched in German, so... But I can imagine that it is also really freaking ridiculous in English or Japanese. I mean, he's dramatically explaining how he is writing in the Death Note while learning and eating potato chips. But in German, he is just so dramatic about saying, und dann esse ich einen Kartoffelchip. Just ridiculous. Part of me wants to learn voice acting so I can cackle like a ball, but the other part of me is like, no, you are not gonna fake that dude. He is too freaking awesome. And that would literally just be playing a copycat. Yep, not happening. Yeah, looking from afar, I definitely picked the right hue of red. This looks really damn nice. It's just gonna be an absolute pain to paint those teeth white. Favorite anime? That is a good question. When I look at everything that I've watched in the past years, I actually have to point at Neon Genesis Evangelion, and my husband is probably doing backflips over in the bed right now, if he's still awake and hearing this, because he forced me to watch it when he found out that I hadn't watched it before. He sat me down, we turned on Netflix, because there it is. And he was like, let's just watch the first episode and I want to see how you react. My reaction after the first episode was, what are you doing? Why are you pausing? Let it play. And we binged the entire show in one sitting. It was really damn good. No. He is not. And I don't think that that is his like field of stuff that he wants to do. He likes to watch, let's just say, one of his country women who is currently the #1 VTuber extraordinaire, so I don't think he wants to become one himself. And now go figure who I am hinting at. It's actually not that hard to figure out. She is small, she has a big rack, she has a screechy voice. And she did a subathon that was over a month long. The answer is Iron Mouse. If it wasn't obvious. No offense against her. She's great. Even she... Oh no. I just snapped the part off. Scheiße. That is a problem. Stay there. I shouldn't have pushed. The glue on the leg decided to give just because I pushed. Well, I mean, it's not the fault of the big people that they can't talk to everybody, so I'm not taking any offense with that. It is hard sometimes. Because if I look at the chat of a big person and the chat is just heating along, I wouldn't be able to read along myself either. Oh, that almost went south. So yeah, this accident happened. You see, I 3D printed those figurines. And the leg came off. No big deal. I'm just gonna push that back in, put some glue in between, let it cure for a bit, and it's gonna be just fine again. The question is, should I continue painting? I mean, I didn't break it. I just broke the glue and the putty. So... It is ironic that it happened on Ava 02 though. Considering through how much shit that Ava in particular goes. Ah well. That is definitely a case of shit happens. I'm way too clumsy with my 3D prints. Because I almost snapped off a part of my big prop that I was working on earlier. And I have to glue that as well. So I guess after I'm done here, I'm gonna whip out the glue and deal with that. And hope that it cures properly. I mean, I've built a lot of cosplay props, but they are usually meant for staying over here at home on my walls, just because I am a massive nerd. But eventually I want to continue cosplaying. Because before the, how many YouTuber like to call it, before the coof, I actually actively cosplayed. Scuffed cosplay usually, but it was actually pretty damn fun, especially with the Dokomi here in Germany. Fantastic convention, fantastic people, and it has grown so much over the years that I've gone there. It's ridiculous. Like the year before I started going there, it was still just a small convention in a school. And now it fills entire convention halls. And everybody around the world literally knows about it. I mean, Falls ID, I think he also talked about it in one of his things VTuber say. English. English hard. Notable cosplays, I think the first cosplay I did was a board cosplay of Aya Shamimaru from Toho. Then I rocked a few maid dresses. Then I tried to cosplay as Tofu from Fate. But I didn't manage to get the entire cosplay early enough, so I just rocked a normal maid dress with his wig. And then COVID happened. The funny thing is, I have a complete cosplay that I haven't never worn sitting in my wardrobe, and I have actually 3D printed, painted, and built parts for that cosplay that weren't included. And that would be M4 Sop Mod 3 from Girls Frontline. And no, he didn't. That's also not his thing. He likes to look at cosplayers, but cosplaying himself, no. I think I could probably rope him into it, but by force. Only by force. Eventually, I want to build my own Mjolnir suit from Halo, but for that I have to literally buy blueprints for a helmet. When it comes to the weapons, I have already printed more than enough. Like this. The Magnum from Halo. Actual cannon size. But plastic. Obviously. I mean, go for it. And I was working on this earlier when I started the stream. This is big, so I'm just gonna move it slowly through the camera. Oh, and it's heavy. It's the assault rifle from Halo Reach. And if I hold it in only one hand, it can be really damn heavy. Yeah, I figured I would print it in cannon size, and that was my undoing. I also have the battle rifle from Halo 2 on my wall, and a Nerf blaster version of the assault rifle from Halo Infinite. And a bunch of revolvers from Destiny. And I actually wanted to send one to a friend who is probably still lurking in chat, who lives in Sweden, but that never panned out because of the post offices being a pain. Turns out sending props that look like firearms but are not firearms because they are made out of plastic is a no-no. The funny thing is, they are not dangerous at all. If I would smack somebody with those props, they would just snap in half. It wouldn't even be able to knock somebody out, even if I tried. But hey, better safe than sorry. I can understand it. Ooh. At least I didn't break anything this time around. Yeah, I know, and I think I know plenty. And I don't think we need to go into detail of that. And you, stay there and don't fall over again. And now I actually realize that the black base that I used for all my newer props is actually better than the gray one, because the colors actually cover the black base better than the gray one. Ah well. You'll learn as you go. And if I look at this, and at my first prop that I've built, I definitely learned a lot. Because the first prop that I've built is a low poly version of Ace of Spades from Destiny. And God, did I make many mistakes on it. I printed it too big. I did a bunch of blatant errors that I had to fix 5 times over. But it is my first prop, and I'm always gonna keep it in my glass display. Especially because of the simple fact that I have a massive crush on Nathan Fillion as an actor and as a performer, and he voice acted Cade during Destiny 1. And I absolutely loved Cade as a character. Still do. Which makes it all the harder that Bungie killed him off. Mm. Don't mind me. There, fixed it. I didn't even know that I could do that on my phone. And I'm using my phone to actually keep tabs on chat. The more I know. And here I was like, oh, a new person. Oh. 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 That always gets me. It's the same on Twitter. You think, oh, a new person followed me. Let's see, who is it? Oh, it's a GFX scam bot. Now that you mention it, I actually wanted to get get a plugin that one of my best friends is using, Kira, that lets people throw items at me. I used to have that when I still had a 3D model, but the one for Live 2D costs money, and I didn't get around to buying it yet. But yeah, I am planning to get that. Otherwise, I used to have a redeem that makes me speak only German for the next 5 minutes. But that is an issue because barely anybody speaks German here. So I got rid of that really damn quick. So apologies for only hydration redeem and stuff like that being there. I'll get to it. I know I'm scuffed. But the scuff is the beauty in things. I think. Ooh. Jesus Christ. I'm messy today. And otherwise, I have to see. Sound alerts, I do not think work over... I don't know. I saw other streams where they had their sound alerts as channel point redeems. But I don't know how to do that, so it's still there as bits and for 0 bits, so nobody has to pay a thing. Because at the end of the day, I don't want people to spend money on me. Spend it on yourself. I appreciate it, but... Oh no. Oh, on the sound alert side, you just have to click on whether you want user bits or channel points. I guess then that means they added that at one point, because last time I was working on getting my sound alerts set together, I only saw bits. And that was even before I became an affiliate, so... Might just be that I'm blind. I'm most likely blind. Now that I think of it. I always scuff stuff like that up. Nice tongue twister. But yeah, I'll look into it. I don't know if I have everything set up for the next time I'm gonna stream, which will probably be back to gaming. But I'll look into it. Because, well, I'm on vacations and I didn't get around to traveling a lot and seeing a lot of things during the pandemic, and I want to catch up to things. I'm definitely going to work out a few collabs with friends here and there. And maybe do a 12-hour stream at one point, or all day, or as long as I can until I fall over. Oh, I hope so too. I am the one with the biggest hopes here. Because I've been working for almost a year without an actual vacation. I need it. But then again, streaming is not work for me, so I guess what we're doing right now also counts as vacation time. That's an awfully ominous thing to say now that you jinxed your vacation. Ah, I cannot quite follow. Maybe because I'm stupid, or because I'm stupid. Definitely because I'm stupid. And because it's probably almost 3 a.m. Then again, I've slept until 6 p.m., so I'm good. Yep, as I said, Germany. I worked during the night, and because it was my last shift, I decided to just sleep until I wake up. Oh, gotcha. Because when I'm off from work, I usually decide to catch up on all the sleep I've lost, and that usually ends up in me sleeping until the sun is already setting. I basically go into a coma, as I like to say. To the point where people wonder where the hell I've went. Went. What the? That was weird. And instead of falling onto the plate I'm working on, it ended up on the leg. What is this? I don't know what it is, but it's a problem. Yeah, this definitely needs more than 1 or 2 coats of paint. Well, right now it feels like the sun is down for 3 hours every day. Yeah. During the summertime, Germany is wild. The sun goes up around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and goes down after 10. My husband, when he came here for the first time, he was livid with how long the days are. And then, to balance that out, you have the winter, where we barely have any sunlight. And working during the night, during winter in Germany, is wild. You go to work, it's dark. You come back home, it's dark. You sleep. While you're sleeping, it's bright. And when you wake up, the sun is already setting. It's funny. Funny in a sad way sometimes. But hey, it could always be worse. I mean, yeah. 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 It's not the best summer for sure. Far from it. I just hope that the temperatures don't spike beyond a certain point, because I am a person who likes it cool, and right now I am sitting here indoors with 24 degrees, and I'm like, this is not nice. I don't feel comfortable. Why is it so warm? I like it below 20 degrees. Everything above, no. Too warm. But I'm stupid and I married somebody from the tropics, so I guess that's my karma. And I have to live with it. And I will live with it. Now then, to see. Let's see. I'm gonna put it down like this without snapping anything. I still need to glue this, but I'm gonna do that after stream. Because it's gonna be an absolute pain to align the leg properly and then hope that the glue hardens out before the leg decides to go up or down. And if I glue it the wrong way, the figurine will not be able to stand anymore. And I had it glued on properly. Why did I push so hard? Ooh. I'm sorry to hear that. During the current temperatures, I usually always sleep with at least a fan on, and I get by, but it's not comfortable. Not by a long stretch. I mean, even right now, I have like 3 fans going in this room at 25 degrees. So I don't want to imagine how it is over on PR, where I'm gonna go eventually. Everybody's gonna laugh at me. Ah well. As I said, my karma. From marrying somebody from the tropics. Yeah, this'll do. I would like to completely wrap up painting this, but I need at least one spot to grab everything, so that's why this hand and this foot is still not painted at all. But for now, I'm gonna take a break on this Ava, because I almost used up all the paint. And I had this opened only once before for like a few red dots on another prop. Good lord. Let me see. Did that paint dry? I mean, it did dry, but it didn't dry pretty. I'm definitely gonna... Yeah, I'll have to get a different paint. This is a mess. Yeah, humid heat is always the issue. When it's a dry heat, I can handle it better myself. The problem is where I work in the buildings during the night, it is really old, badly ventilated, no AC, and super freaking humid. And then you patrol in a building, and you feel like you're in an oven. And no amount of getting rid of clothes will help you. Absolute struggle. Now then, time to clean this up. And then I'm gonna see if all the paint on my Boba Fett helmet dried. Because like an hour, 2 hours ago, I was working on a Boba Fett helmet. Basically, today I'm going through all the 3D prints I have had sitting there unfinished. And when I stood up, I told myself, oh, I am gonna do and finish my Halo Assault Rifle. And here I am, doing everything but that Assault Rifle. So, let me grab that. So, the rough paint on it is actually completely done and dried. I still need to attach all the parts, put the visor in. Otherwise, this came out pretty damn well, if I may say so. It is an absolute mess inside, obviously, because I built it out of multiple parts that I glued and basically melted together. But nobody's gonna see that. What matters is the outside, and I actually like it. It looks nicely dinged up and painted over. No, it's not cardboard, it's PLA. It is basically material from a 3D printer. Because I have multiple 3D printers. All the stuff I'm working on is 3D printed. I hope my headset doesn't short out because I just stood up, because I am just gonna fetch a roll of PLA to explain that. Okay. Basically, a 3D printer is nothing more than a printer with a heated bed and a head that heats up the material, this stuff, heats it up and prints it layer for layer. It is a really time costly deal, but I can basically 3D print everything I can get my hands on from the internet that has a 3D model, as long as it's an object file, an STL file, or anything that I can throw into Blender, really. But it's rare that there's anything on the internet that doesn't have a file already, so I usually just yoink free files that I can 3D print, or in rare occasions I buy them. I think you weren't around, so I'm just gonna move back. This, for example, is also a 3D print that I printed in dozens of parts. And still have to finish painting, which I will not do on my table, because it's just too bulky. It is a fun hobby and fantastic for crossplay at the end of the day. Or this. I'm basically just grabbing everything that I have laying around that is done or almost done. That is the Magnum from Halo 4, I think. All plastic at the end of the day. Let's see. I think I'm going to try and glue the leg back on, and then I'm gonna call it a night, because I've been going for several hours now, and the chair on which I'm sitting is not the most comfortable one, because it's not my office chair. You've seen a 3D printer work a bit before, but that one used some sort of see-through type clear plastic. Well, yeah, there's one, the FDM 3D printers, which use those spools that I just showed, and then there is resin 3D printers. They print everything upside down out of resin, as the name implies, and they can manage a lot more detail. The Evangelion figurines here, they are basically the most detailed I've ever printed in an FDM printer. And if you look super close, it has its limits. You can literally see the layers of the print itself. Let's see. This one still has glue. Good. Sometimes I don't know which pens still have glue and which not, which is the massive problem. Because I have dozens of those pens laying around. They are very expensive, and the fumes are not something you want to inhale. Then you have to cure the prints so they actually harden. It's expensive, can be pretty damn dangerous, and you need a lot of space. Me, I do not have that space. My two FDM 3D printers are standing in a pantry. I modified my pantry. As funny as it sounds, but it is what it is. I literally pull up a curtain, and then you can look down the Frankenstein's pantry, as I like to call it. Because there's no food stored, there's only printing shit. Now, when it comes to how expensive the material is when you work with a resin 3D printer, that I cannot tell you because, well, I cannot afford the space or the printer itself, so I don't really look for the material. When it comes to FDM, this stuff, a full spool is, well, literally full up until here. It's 1 kilogram. It's a little bit over $20 per spool. And depending on how big the prop is, you need little to nothing. But when you have stuff like the big assault rifle that I'm holding here, good luck. That's like 1 spool, 1.5, depending on how often you have to print parts when they come out wrong. Because sometimes your printer messes up the print. The term we 3D printers often use is spaghetti, when the print fails and the printer basically moves and moves and moves, but it doesn't print on anything, and then you have a big pile of the plastic and it looks like spaghetti on a plate. It is not tasty, nobody likes it, it's a mess, and it can actually absolutely ruin your printer. Not a fun experience. By any means, and on any stretch. All right. But FDM printers itself are pretty damn affordable. $20 for a spool of material sounds expensive, but if you only print small things, well, they basically last forever. I have two printers. One is a small one is a big one. The small one was, when it was new, 180 bucks. The big one was almost 300. It is expensive, but you can live with it. You know, I have glue, paint, putty, and everything on my fingers. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty damn satisfied with what we've managed today. That feels awful. Anyway, with that being said, I am probably gonna... Nope. That's much cheaper than I thought. I was expecting close to 1,000 for one. I mean, that's where they started. Several years ago. Now then, let me get over to my PC. And... let me see if we can actually rate somebody. Because I really need a break. Something to eat and something to drink. Let's see. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? Not for me, since I've slept until almost 6, but under normal circumstances, definitely. And in case you were wondering why I'm not moving anymore, my iPhone is still standing on my desk, so there's no face tracking. But I definitely have a friend that we could raid. She's currently playing Sea of Thieves, so... Where's the button? Eventually, I'm gonna get the hang of this. Alrighty then. Thanks for coming along, and I don't know when I'm gonna stream next, but I'm definitely gonna spit it out onto Twitter and onto my Discord. Which are there. And with that being said, I'm gonna kick Lucy Pooh's door down. She's a friend, so be nice to her. And until next time. Once the countdown ends. See you around, guys. Bye-bye.
Serial killer, you all want to see a really good one? I'll show you a good one. No.
The final girl is coming out in Luffy today.
Oh, no. We're not the final girl no more. Guess what we're about to be? I'm about to become fucking Jason. It's about to be Friday the 13th.
You're about to be full runway walking with sword?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Can we take a straight shot how many times I watched that?
Probably a good 20 times if I know you.
True. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi.
Forgotten Montana is coming out.
Thank you.
Hey, wait, what?
Oh, just gonna deafen them real quick.